Mwah. Hello, you lovely people. Hello. I see you all in here. There was 3 of you waiting and then 1 disappeared though. Not too chuffed. Don't you be leaving me hanging. Not again. Hello. Hello, Cosmic Laguna. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hi, Mina. How are we all doing? Is it Applehead that's disappeared? Or is this flipping thing... Where is it? Is this thing broken again? For the 5th consecutive stream. Speak to me, chat. Speak to me. Speak to me. Oh, my cat friggin' lost my pen holder just now. What on earth is a pen holder? You sexy apple. What is a pen holder? Tell me. Come on. You say this weird shit, we have to get things rolling. Got coffee and I'm ready for the day. That's the stuff. I've got coffee and I'm ready to end the day. So, yeah. Perfect. Cosmic Laguna, you're new to the Discord as well. It was lovely speaking to you the other day. I think you've signed up to all the classes, haven't you? Pretty much. We spoke on Instagram as well, if I remember right. Are you based in the States? My digital pen holder, you know, for my tablet. You mean like this thing? This thing? Hello, 'tis me. Oh my god, Zoe is in the chat. Hello, Zoe. Hello, Zoe likes froggies. Welcome back. Has your crazy adopted country allowed you to watch Twitch again and Discord? Your favourite arsonist, exactly. Guys who are new, watch out for Zoe, she sets fires. I'm in Texas, totally didn't know you were across the pond. Yes, I am. Technically, I'm not actually in the UK. At the minute, I'm living in Greece, but I am British, so yes. Yes, that thing! Yes, that thing! Cool. Well, good job. Say well done to your cat for me. Hopefully all of the nibs didn't die because of that. But yeah, at the minute I'm still waiting to get one more vote on this goddamn flipping story because we're still at 50-50. And if it carries on, let's say for another 2 minutes, I think I'm just going to make a decision for everybody. Let's see. I'm just going to double check now. In the meantime, guys, are we working on any drawings, any art? This morning, this afternoon, this evening? You know, at the various times. Let's have a wee look-see. Zoe, what's going on? You've not been in here for a while. I'm pretty sure it's past your bedtime. Ha ha ha. Working on commissions, was about to go to sleep. Sorry, I was busy. That's okay. Don't worry. You're here now. I'm writing an essay. Does that count as art? 8th grade is art. Don't worry, you'll get through it. We all did. Mina, I mean, it depends how creative you're being with your writing, I suppose. Honestly. If you're being creative with your writing, then maybe. Maybe it counts as art. Do you believe that it feels like art? Working on 2 different digital pieces. When one frustrates me, I go to the other. Nice. Nice. I never quite got the people who managed to do that. Like, I can only solidly work on 1 piece at a time. So, I'm always kind of jealous of people who can simultaneously work on like 3 or 4. But at the same time, I'm one of these people, I can just do a piece of art, get it out of the way, and I never think about it again. So, each to their own, I suppose. Let's see. We're still at 50-50. God damn it. Come on, guys. Who in this chat has not voted? Who in this chat has not voted? But will I finish them? That's the real question. True. I'm working on like 7 things at the moment. I don't know. I do adopts for... What the hell is DA? Am I missing something? And my essay, school art project, and then commissions and personal work. How's the commissions going, by the way? You do always seem to be ridiculously busy with art. I think you get more commissions than the rest of the hub combined. Other than maybe fantasy sprites. It's going good. Cool. Cool. Applehead, you were voted. Mina has voted. Zoe's voted. Who else we got in here? Laguna, you need to go and vote. You need to go and vote on my story. Come on. I believe in you. Like real good for some reason. Nice. So you make a little bit of money on the side, are you? If you go on my story, and if you go back a few, right before my new post story, there's a vote. And it's currently at 50-50 of what we're going to be drawing tonight. And you'll see on there the 2 references. So one is a full body reference, and the other one is kind of lots of dynamic poses. So if you go ahead and vote over there, or you can just say in the chat now which one you prefer. On my way! Perfect. Nice. Yes, so I'm assuming Mina's probably not going to be speaking much tonight if she's writing an essay. But I'm happy she liked her draw this in your style entry from me. And Chansey. Chansey's one was awesome. Chansey's one was absolutely awesome. Can't complain. And apparently, Mira's going to be turning up in about an hour as well. Full body. There we go. There we go. Perfect. So, we will go ahead and do that. Just give me a second. Oop. For whatever reason, Photoshop has disappeared. That's useful. I really want to participate in some draw this in your styles when I have time. It's one of those things, isn't it? Draw this in your style, so just sort of like... Sometimes there's just too many. So I try to do, you know, the people I know within the community, and especially the guys in the Discord, just because, you know, we're friends and it's a nice gesture. But sometimes when you get, you know, one after the other, after the other, after the other, there was a point where I spent like 2 months doing nothing but draw this in your styles, and I just had to say, enough. So yes, Laguna, you've had the final vote. How do you feel? Also, what are you drawing? I kind of like this reference because it's kind of combining what we're going to be doing with the shapes, as well as with the body figures. So, obviously you guys saw on the Discord, we're going to be doing some sort of like lighting and perspective studies. So this kind of lends itself quite nicely to that. However, I am very quickly just gonna... Whoop. Not do that, obviously. Make this wee bit taller. Come on. Behave. There we go. Make it a wee bit taller. There we go. But yeah, Zoe, obviously, I'm sure you've got plenty of art friends who've got draw this in your styles going on at the minute, but you can always double check in the room in the Discord, because every so often people do post in there. So guys, if you've ever got one, post it in there, and we'll redirect people over there. So let's kick it off, shall we? This is a really cool body pose, actually. It's It's really madly dynamic. So get ready to watch me do this ridiculously badly. Again, I always like to have this little program open, and it's called PureRef, and it allows me to keep the reference constantly on top of whatever I'm doing at the time, so it's pretty good. Let's take the opacity down a bit. I'm working from one draw this in yourself from the Discord, it's so pretty. Yes. Which one is it? Do you see who posted it? And at the minute, as well, Cosmic Laguna, you're quite lucky, because normally it's tradition in here that as soon as somebody follows on Twitch, we go and we snoop their art live on the stream. Okay, so we won't do it yet. We might do it a bit later. The white-haired Valentine girl. You mean the one with, like, the white-haired Valentine girl? Are you talking about fantasy sprites? The one with the wings? I'm interested now. I'm gonna go have a look myself. Oh, Appleheads. Oh, well, not Appleheads, but the one that Applehead posted. That's new, I hadn't seen that. That's been there for 4 days. I'm ready for an Instagram snoop. Nice. Okay. We'll go ahead and do that. Yeah. No, I see it now. Yeah. It is. It's a nice one. See, the last few days have been quite hectic for me, so I haven't kept on top of absolutely everything. IG Snoop. IG Snoop. Don't worry, it's coming. It's coming. There it is. Here we go, Cosmic Laguna. Everybody, go follow. Go follow. I should probably do this. No? Yes? Well done, stream. Well done. Pulled up. Cosmic Laguna. Laguna Matata. Or something like that. IG Snoop. Yeah, you've got all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff here, right? You know what? These remind me. Do you remember back in the day? A lot of you probably don't. I feel as though some of you are younger than me. Had like those sticky alien things, like the rubbery kind of sticky alien things in the little eggs that you used to buy. This really reminds me of those for some reason. You could like stretch them. But it's kind of cool because you've got lots of texture in there, and the lighting's really cool as well. Neat colours. This is the one I shared earlier. The perspective on that is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Like, I think people underestimate just how difficult top-down towards a face is. I'm not even going to ask. Move a bit further down. Yeah, you've got a really unique style. I like it. You seem to like these kind of colours as well. I like vaporwave colours at the moment. It was hard. I'm not surprised. When I read that, I thought you said Vaporeon. Oh my god, cat! Yes, Mina, cat. Look, see? Cat. Just for you. And did I see that you do some, like, cross-hatching and stuff? Yeah. Down here. Embroidery. That's super cool. That's super cool. Further down is more traditional art. I love how you're just embracing us just snooping through your stuff. But this guy knows. This guy knows. Some really cool patterns here. Yeah, not even going to ask. I really love that simplistic style with the with these kinds of colours. That's cool as well. I made that tea. Yes, more tea makers. Good job, everyone. I assume you've got stores and everything up. Ollie, how many Ko-fis do I need to donate for us to have a war crime stream? I'm assuming, is war crime a game? Or is this you just like burning stuff again? Love the space vibes. Right, it's really cool. It is. It is super cool. Super cool. No, we go out and do war crimes. What, on stream? Really? Actually, I don't have a storefront. That's alright. Don't worry about it. What we'll do is, at some point, we'll go ahead and we'll discuss it in the Discord. Something like that. Because I know a lot of people have got different stores and they all do different things. So, yeah, we can have a little chat about it at some point. But yeah, that's that. Now, I'm just going to quickly double check something, because for some reason my Photoshop is not appearing properly, which is a bit strange. Give me a second. There we go. There it is. There it is. So, yes, well done. You managed to get through that really nicely, and you didn't get upset, because everybody else normally gets really pissed off when I do that to them. But yeah, we'll get back to this. Now guys, what would you prefer? Would you prefer me to go ahead and draw this on this full screen so we get it zoomed up slightly, or would you prefer it if we draw full screen with the reference? It's up to you. Zoe, I cannot really say whether or not we will go out and do war crimes live on Twitch. You know, I kind of, at least let me get to affiliate first so that I can run ads on it, please. With reference. Because if I'm going to commit war crimes, I should probably at least be able to monetize it a little bit. You know what I mean? Got to make it worth my while. Make sure this is going right. Now, already I've been a bit of a pillock because I've already done this way too high up the piece of paper. Yeah. And for some reason my eraser is way down low. I'm not quite sure why. Monetizing war crimes, spoken like a true slave to our capitalist society. Well, we live in one. You know, as much, you know, as I hate it, I need to pay the bills somehow. You know, you can't really hold that against me. Have you considered robbing a bank? I have. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in the mountains with no way to get down to civilization, so it's a little bit tricky at the moment, but I'm working on it. I mean, I've done it on GTA several times before, so, you know, it's pretty easy then. Pass it with flying colours. So, you know. As always, after I've done a quick sketch, I always like to separate things off, so I like to select around the outside of everything, maybe put it up to expand by about 5, inverse it, then on a layer behind, just fill that in, turn down that opacity, and it just helps me get that feeling of shape. Then of course I can quickly do it again if I want to. Once again, just get that kind of darker colour on top. And now we've got some beautiful, beautiful perspective going on. You won't have to pay rent for like the next 20 years. I mean, you make a good point. You make a very good point. I mean, nobody likes paying rent. But what about bills? Does that include bills? Furnishings? Internet? Food? I mean, you got to think about these things. Yes. Okay. So, we can now confirm that Zoe is in fact the devil. You speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Actually, I think this canvas may need to be a little bit wider. Let's go for it. Bold of you to assume I'm not worse. Well, I don't assume anything. You do you. It's not to do with me. I mean, I already know you're a total anarchist, so you're like me when I was younger. The only reason why I'm not dead yet is because God and the devil are too Descartes of me. I've never been Descartes of somebody ever in my life. I don't really know what it means. What can I say? Oh, scared. Oh, sorry. Oh, my goodness, how embarrassing. Right. I always like to start with the head, just on one layer. Start off, of course, with your circle. And this is the beautiful thing about digital art, is that honestly, you can do any size you want. And you can just go back and play around it later. Play around with it later. Because that's definitely going to be way too big. And I'm definitely not putting it in the right place. But again, which digital artists? Digital artists. Which means we get away with stupid shit. Ilura Astra, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to the chaos that is my streams. How are you doing today? Also, if you guys have got different names on Twitch than you do on Instagram or wherever else, let me know in the chat, because it does get really, really confusing. Zoe's gotta go. Bye, Zoe. Don't cause too many fires. I'm fine, thank you. Perfect. Perfect. Are you working on anything this evening? Or morning? Or wherever the hell it is you are? I joined the Discord server yesterday. You did. Sorry I can't bless you all with my hilarious personality anymore, but I'm trying to sleep. Good night. Don't let whatever it is that is under your bed at this current time bite. It varies from culture to culture. You joined it yesterday. Is it Maria? Are you Maria? I'm confused. There was like 3 people joined yesterday, which is the first time we've had so many in a long time. He says, whilst he doesn't do any art. So, I'm just going to try and get some of this. Yes, it's Maria. Hi, Maria. I hear you're from Bulgaria. And Mira is really, really happy because she was by herself for a while. Hello. It's surprising just how awkward this head shape can be when it's leaning back. Never makes any sense. Just in the meantime, I'm going to lock this layer as well. Stop me doing anything stupid. Lillian's here as well. Hello, Lillian. How are you doing? Yes, it was nice to meet another Bulgarian person outside of Bulgaria. Yes, because you live in Switzerland, don't you? I think that's what you said. Mira is actually based in Germany. I have a lot of Bulgarian friends myself. Worked with a lot. Lillian, how are you doing today? How's it going? You made it for an art stream as well. Good job. You see me currently failing to draw a head because I'm half speaking to the camera. Now she's actually ridiculously skinny. I've not realised that until now. So I might quickly just... This is one thing that I always do with these kind of weird positions with the head. Almost like try to put them to one side. I mean, could roughly place it about there. Kind of works because she's just... The bottom of the chin is just off that centre line, isn't it? So if I do that, actually needs to be just a tiny bit to the right. I'm secretly lying to see from Instagram. Oh, for God's sake. See, again, this is what I mean, right? Everybody's got a different name on Discord, a different name on Instagram, and a different name on Twitch. And I've got a ridiculous, I've got no chance of figuring out who the hell is who. But it's good to see you anyway. Bit tired, you. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Chill day. Chill day. Allura, you're from Maria, you're from Luxembourg. Not like from Luxembourg, you're living in Luxembourg. Neat. Neat. It's one place I've never actually been. Quite like to go there. It's like an interesting place. Tiny little country, isn't it? All of the Americans are just kind of like, what the hell is a Luxembourg? Is that some kind of lettuce? I was so happy you can change your nickname. That my names are cohesive across the platform. Yeah. Yeah. Really tiny country. And this actually goes down quite quickly. But no, it is useful being able to kind of change your nickname, although some people still don't, and it still drives me insane because I literally said on the welcome page, please, for the love of God, change your name to your Instagram account, please, just so that we could all figure out who the hell is who. And still people didn't bother. Again, she's got ridiculously long arms. I feel like I've probably put her too high. How are you all enduring with the study groups so far? I know a few of you are only starting this week, which is cool. Come on. I'm just joining here for a bit during my break from study. By the way, I changed my name yesterday. Now everywhere is matching. Yes! Yes! Power! And that's okay. Join whenever you like. We've got lots of people who pop in and out. I'm excited to practice more. I'm excited to see you grow. Because we previously, a lot of the older artists, we got together and we did a 18 plus, basically a nude figurative study every week for about, I think it was about 12 weeks we went on for, which is what we're going to do this one for as well. And the amount of drastic drastic improvement from people was astounding. I sadly don't have much time later. I'll probably be able to participate in February in my essays then. That's alright, Mina. A lot of people have got all kinds of weird and wonderful things that they need to do. Don't panic. Not all of us are so lucky to have lost their jobs and can just spend all day doing jack shit. Lalsi! Have you just changed your name? I'm so confused. Wait, so have you followed twice? I'm confused now. What's going on? Did you create a new Twitch account just for me? Even back in college, we didn't get to do nude figure drawings, so it's so helpful for anatomy. It is. It is. I remember we actually did it when I was about... it's been 17. We did some. And they were plus size older models that came in. We had to blacken out everything with curtains in the school so that the younger students couldn't see anything. Oh god, this 17-year-old me was just like so embarrassed. I was on my personal account before. Well, I appreciate the extra follow. You see that? You see that? We only need 9 more followers. Only 9. And then to stream for a couple of more days, but that's not the point. But yeah. Oh no, it's a shame that Cosmic Lacuna, it's a shame you came a little bit late because we're pretty much wrapping up with the new one for now. I know a couple of people are interested in keeping it going, so maybe we will revive it later in the year for the older ones who want to do it. But for now, I think these ones are fine. But we'll see. Again, let's move it down a bit. Again, this is the beautiful thing about digital art. It's why I can do traditional, but I'm an absolute perfectionist, so... But yeah, I already put a quick message in the Discord because unfortunately Dan forgot to do the shapes today, which is not a problem. He was actually he was applying for some jobs, so he got caught up. And being based in Australia, it was really late by the time he finished, so I'll put them up for him later tonight whilst I'm editing this video. I have to go make food again. Hopefully I'll join again later. See you in a bit, Mina. Have fun. Bon appetit. I can stay online though if it helps with your view. I hope it does. Let's give this a trial, right? Because it might kick you out, but give it a go. Give it a go anyway, because it does really help. If you don't mind, obviously. Zoom right in on that hand. Again, this is such a useful little thing to have on your screen. Sometimes it's annoying because it gets in the way, but most of the time we're all good. Let's make the brush slightly smaller. But I mean, you guys can all see from my art, like, I can do anatomy. I'm a little bit iffy on totally realistic, so it's useful for me as well. Because I do prefer my kind of comic-y style and characters as opposed to totally realistic. It's me being an idiot already. Massive tubes. But yeah, in essence, the idea for all of this is just for us to get used to playing around. And it's also fun on the streams because I know a lot of the people in Europe, and some of you guys in America as well, some of you guys in the States who don't have much to do in the day. It's always nice just to come and chill with somebody else who's doing the study at the same time. So this is one way I always quite like to do fingers as well. So I'm always doing these little tubey things, just so I can get that perspective and know where each part goes. Obviously, normally they would teach you to split them into sort of 3 tubes, almost a bit like that, but I just never really bother. Ew, America. Yes, we're the larking stuff of the world. Don't worry, we're only laughing at half of you. There are some good people out there. Most of them are in my Discord. Now again, this is me being an idiot, but sometimes with these references, because they're a little bit blurry, you can't quite get what you want, but that's actually a terrible place to put that. I'm gonna quickly get rid. Now don't worry, my own idiot country isn't too far behind on being ridiculously moronic at the moment, so actually almost just kind of comes out the side there, doesn't it? The good ones are the ones staying at home, so we can draw together. Yay! Go drawing! But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, why the hell not? But it's been fun to see, actually, the as bad as the pandemic has been for everybody, I think there's been a lot of people who've really rediscovered, you know, that creative side across it, because I've seen so many more accounts suddenly pop up over the last, let's say, 6 months, so it's great to see a lot of new people getting involved. Yay! Woo! The irony being, it's a bit of a catch-22, because it meant, for example, someone like me, who was having steady growth, suddenly stopped in terms of social media and everything. But you know what, end of the day, branched out into different stuff, and I'm still growing in different places, so it's all good. It's all good. And there's far too many people, let's say, on social media who are fantastic artists, and don't get me wrong, they're lovely people, but it's all about them. So for me, with this little community, I want to make it a group effort. I want everybody to improve. So I think that's what makes us different. So if we go forward with that, I think we can do great things, people. Great things. But yeah, because there's such a wide range of different artists in our community, Discord is a great place to come and ask questions. Just for anything, really. Because there's bound to be somebody in there who either is wondering the same thing, or, let's say, has already been through it and can give you the advice that you want. she's kind of got this kind of line going on here. Yes, I for sure will have a lot. That's alright. That's alright. That's what we're here for. That's the reason we set it up, like I said. So don't be shy. I know there's a lot of rooms. Okay, because of course I wanted this to be a learning platform, but I also want us to have fun. And we still need to play Scribble at some point. We have not played Scribble as a group for absolutely ages. I've definitely missed having an art community, so I'm happy to be a part of one again. Perfect. Well, there you go. That's the way to be. This is the way, my brother. Or sister. Or both. Oh yeah, by the way. Lyle, I don't think we gave you a shout out either, did we? I'm pretty sure we didn't snoop through your Instagram either. Perhaps we should do that. Guys, are we doing that? Hi, Mira. Mira, your Bulgarian friend is in the chat. Say hello. Shall we do it? Let's just switch over to this one. I don't need to explain to you what we're already doing. Snoop! Snoop! I will snoop. Remember guys, you have to follow all of these people. Okay? That's the deal. Oh god. Does that say Splashiba? I don't know. I think that's Russian. I have no idea. Yes, yeah, I got that. Thank you. Lyle, prepare to be snooped. Prepare to be snooped. Here we are. People go away. Stop liking my stuff. This is Lyle. Guys, everybody go and follow Lyle. Come on. And we're going to have a snoop. This one from today is awesome, by the way. I'm guessing I've forgotten what it's called. Is there an effect that you put over the top of this which sort of like blurs the line half like green, half red? I forget what this effect's called. Oh wait, thanks. But yeah, I love that style. It's super cartoony. Especially with the way that like the face moves as well. And those the line work for the hair and everything is beautiful. And again, I've said this on numerous streams, right? I'm super jealous of people who can mix like the colour of their line work. I can never seem to pull it off. I should not have drank that iced coffee. You're welcome to stay as long as you don't set off any fires. It's all good. It's from an app I use to edit. Yeah, but there's some super cool stuff here. Again, that one's super cool. Again, I like that color palette. Oh man, Wally, may I get an arson pass? No, you may not. Yeah, this one's cool as well. And I love this kind of like bubbly, sparkly effect. It's almost like, it's weird, it's almost kind of like a mix between Western comic style and anime, and I like it when people do that, especially with those deep old shadows on the eyes. That's always quite cool. And there's the Sims character. There she is. Look, Zoe, if it makes it any easier, set fire to your bed, okay, and then you won't need to go to sleep. See? There you go. Yeah. Oh, Twitch, don't look at that. It's fine. Everything's cool. Only I want an awesome pass for the stream. What are you gonna do? You're gonna burn the stream? How do you burn a stream, Zoe? Tell me. But yeah, everybody, go ahead. Follow Lyle. If you want to try the app, it's called Me Too. There are a lot of cool effects to use. I'll show you when I get the awesome pass. The more time you say awesome pass, the more, you know, I think that you are saying arse and pass, which is going to get me in trouble. Please don't get me in trouble. Let's move back over to Photoshop. Give me the arson bars. I'll give you an arson pass if you agree never to drink coffee again. Coffee should not be trialed without my supervision. Now, this actually is slightly more curved, isn't it? So. It's a really interesting pose, actually, because the shoulder blade kind of comes out here-ish, and then sort of comes back in on itself, like that. Trust Mira to get the difficult poses for me. Oh good, she's spamming the chat with fire. That's always good. That's always good. Guys, don't encourage her. Come on now. Wahoo. Wahoo? Wuhan? Weeha? Yuha? Utah? I don't know. So, if we look up slightly. Strange, her... Oh, let's go back to full screen. Her... It's almost as if... See, this is the thing I like to do by having the reference just across. So you can kind of see where that line is heading towards. So it almost... The middle of her arm is almost kind of pointing like there. Maybe even a little bit lower, kind of like that. Again, this girl's got freakishly long arms. Mira, where are you finding these women? I just want to torture you for a bit. No, I know you're not joking. I think you can show us how to do that pose. I mean, maybe back in the day. Maybe back in the day it was like a pre-football warm-up or something, but nowadays, God knows. I'd be scared to try it. Contortionist.com. Am I going to have to search that now to see what comes up live on stream? Legs for days. Ollie, have you considered drawing out a line of action first? No, I hate lines of action. I know I shouldn't. But lines of action bug me. I don't know why. I prefer to go old school and tear my hair out. I haven't done lines of action for God knows how long. Again, that was Mira's job. She was supposed to put a tutorial for line of action, but she didn't, so I'm just making it up as I go along. Well, no, I made it up, but I like looking up contortionist poses. Well, there you go. There you go. I think line of action is good for constructing road pose. True. True. Very true. But again, like, for whatever reason, today I'm doing this in totally a different way to what I normally would. So again, a lot of you who've followed me for a while know that I quite like to do almost like a silhouette first, roughly in the pose, and then play around with that, rather than straight up drawing. So this way of doing it is still something I'm getting used to. I will. When? It's next on my list. Line of action and pose exaggeration. So next week that will be on the topic for the pose group. Woohoo! Yay! Well, I'm doing the pose group this week, so I can't make a fool of myself on stream with that this next week. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Great, impatient for this. You seem to be impatient for an awful lot. Which isn't exactly a bad thing, I guess, but, you know. I feel as though every single time I've seen your name pop up on a chat, you've been impatient for whatever's in it. Which is cool. This is where I've made a total ass out of myself, and I'm going to need to play around a bit. Dirty lad. Dirty lad. Oh yeah, specifically now, when I so want to try out the study group poses, but exams. Patience is a sign of motivation. Well, impatience is a sign of motivation. True. And again, that's actually one thing that I always say, is if you are upset about something, that shows that you actually care. So, or that you're passionate about it. Let's bring this out slightly more. I'm going to do some of this a little bit more sketchy, just to see if I can get a rough idea. I can always go over it later. I don't know why I was being so precise, if I'm being honest. Nothing wrong with being sketchy. But yeah, like I said, I'm the worst at being a perfectionist, so especially on stream, I try to go for perfection like straight away. It always fails horribly, and I end up going back to being messy. Yes, good luck with your exams. I think a few people have got exams at the minute. I mean, Path always has exams. I don't know what the hell's up with his school. Every time I speak to the guy, he's got exams. I thin out this just a wee bit as well. In fact, it's a wee bit big. Let's get it. Digital art, everybody. Digital art. Like I say every single week, if you're a digital artist and you do something wrong and you want it to be perfection, then use the damn tools that you've got to do it. How many traditional artists down the years have wished, oh, I wish I could just move that line after it's too late? We can. So for God's sake, don't do it. Don't let anybody make you feel bad about doing it. Not even Zoe. In fact, especially not Zoe. If Zoe ever makes you feel bad about anything, tell me, and I will not let her start any more fires. Fair trade? What? I can't hear you. The fire is too loud. Could you up your voice a bit? It's coming along well so far, Ollie. Thank you very much. God knows what I'm going to do with this. I'm actually sad that I didn't do last week's pose with the sword, because that was actually a fun pose, but unfortunately I ran out of time again. I may actually need to make that goddamn box a bit bigger. That might be one of the issues that I'm having at the minute. But yeah, for God's sake, play around with stuff. Have fun. Enjoy it. If you aren't enjoying making mistakes, then it's probably the wrong thing for you to be doing. Speak louder! I made the box way too big. Good. Good. It's a sign. It's a sign that you know what you're thinking about what you're doing. So I put on this beautiful, lovely jazz music, nice and chilled out, and Zoe is in the chat screaming about fire. It's just another day in the art hub. Just another day. Yeah, there's something not quite right with this arm either. Let's see what we can do there. Right, let's cut it. If I can I cut it? You gonna let me cut it, Photoshop? Come on. Come on. Why are you... Cut. That's better. That's better. It's better, guys. Now, I'm probably going to... Let's do the ponytail first, because that will then mean we can see roughly how far we need to get the legs away. So can somebody hold the fire settings? Hold my fire setting scorpions, please. I need to go to bed now. Go to fucking bed, woman. Jesus. My God. What is this? By the way, the pose you did for Mina's Draw This in Your Style is amazing. Thank you very much. That was fun. I did enjoy that. Always like putting massive shoes on. I have to go in a couple of minutes. I'll definitely come back to the next live stream. Have a good day, night, everybody. Thank you, Lyle. Thank you for turning up. It's been fun. We'll be on for a few hours, so if you have some time later, feel free to come back. If not, see you next time. No, they're running around. No, Ollie, they're committing arson. Okay, I'm just gonna kick you in a minute. Mods, kick Zoe. Kick her. Anyways, gotta go. See you later, you two. Box for scorpions. Bye. Yeah, let's go ahead and put that in, just roughly. Yeah, at this point I'm not going to be too crazy about being perfect. It kind of comes down but flicks out a bit at the bottom, doesn't it? Good night, Mr. Taxpayer. Have fun being an adult. Adult. I'll try. Don't start any fights in school. Yeah, I can kind of see it needs to be a bit further out. I'm not going to be too fussy about this in a minute, just get a rough shape in. But yeah, Mira, I did enjoy doing Mina's Draw This in Your Style. Those are the kinds of poses which I really kind of enjoy, whereas these kind of sidewards ones always, like, screw me up. I'm not quite sure why. So probably, in order to make this as bearable as possible, I will turn this into my own kind of style, like my cartoony style, rather than try and paint it massively. Mira, it's late where you are. Are you working on anything today? That kind of comes out as well, doesn't it? So kind of. Nice and rough with the hair. Cause honestly, it's bugging me a little bit. Is that the face is now a bit too big. So if you go into the liquefy tool. And no, again, whatever people say, this is not cheating. They can go screw themselves. It's all about perfection. Let's make it a little bit bigger at the top there. Yeah, I've paid for the tools, I'm damn well going to use them. Do so, that's the idea. I'm an hour before you, so not that late. Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. In terms of the fact that the guys in the States, they're like at midday, 1 o'clock. I'm trying to work on Sabrina now. Lol, that's why Digital Eye is so cool. Digital. Hold on, how do we spell it? Dull Dudgelert. Newbies don't ask. We're the hub. We do stuff and say things. Let's just kind of put in a nice shape here for the leg. Again, I think I need to make that box bigger again. So that shape's quite nice. Look at that line going down the middle. See, again, I've got a ridiculously weird process in that I quite like to do my construction lines after I've already started drawing. Yes, and the funny thing is that the Australians already sleep and will wake up in a few hours and start their new day. They will. That's a new hashtag to grow. Judge alert! If you want to start using it, start using it. I don't have a problem. We've got all sorts of weird shit that is slowly catching on. Maybe I'll put it on some more merch. Judge alert. It's almost Irish, that, isn't it? What were you doing this morning, Paddy? Oh, I was doing some Judge alert. Hopefully there's no Irish people in the chat. We add the hashtag Judge alert, gang. Yeah. What we really need is the emoji with the glove on. You know what? The box is becoming bigger. Have it over the side there. That's better, isn't it? The new Mrs. Lady can come slightly up. If I don't lose the rest of you. Apple, why aren't you drawing? Tell me. Oh, fuck off. But yeah, feel free to put Judge alert all over social media. Just be sure to tag me. You know. Like, share and subscribe, all that shit. Because apparently I'm an influencer now. I don't know how the fuck that happened. I influence you all. So guys, how are we liking the sleepy jazz on Mondays? It's fun, right? And that leg's kind of interesting because it almost sweeps in a bit, doesn't it, before it heads out. So again, I might make this entire thing just that slightly bit smaller. I'm liking the cool jazz feels. It is, it's cool. It's a bitch because I need to try and get copyright free music, and even then, half the time it gets copyright claimed anyway. But yeah, I quite like having the jazz on these streams. I'm masking another cheesy drawing of Apple that I'm going to use over and over again. I assume you mean making, but that's cool. Look, at the end of the day, right, you've seen my stories and everything. My computer is just full of reusable stuff, which I just repurpose everywhere. Literally everywhere. You can even see, like, above me, you can notice in the background, right there, that is actually the same texture that I use for my stream story. So, do it. If it makes your life, like, simpler and quicker, do it. Do it. Back off. Okay, new layer. Let's kind of put that knee straight in. So he's got a really knobbly knee as well. Oh yes. Some sexy flesh going on right there. Oh, Twitch is going to ban the hell out of me. One day, you can see it coming. So that kind of goes to the mid part of there, so maybe a bit shorter. You drawing porn? Absolutely. Nasos, my man. Absolutely. Welcome to the stream. Today we're doing figure studies, because we're boring. Thank you for coming, bro. I appreciate it. It's all about those skinny women, apparently. When did you sneak in, by the way? Have you been lurking? Podilatakire. Saw you live. Had to take a break after 3 hours of seeing my patient. Wait, what do you do now? Are you still a psychologist? So yeah, guys, every week I introduce Podilataki as one of my former workmates from Athens. That sounds so Greek. Well, it is. Guys, as Athenian as it comes. Podilataki. Eight hours of ops at the transportation provider, and then 3 hours of patience. Nice. Ah, that makes sense now. It does. It does. Well, are you at least done now, or you just say you're still on break? Kitty? What's a kitty? Kitty? I am, that's the best thing. Yes! Good job, man. Maria, what do you mean, kitty? Oh, you mean in the background. Did you hear that? In the background? Is that what you're asking? I heard meows. Yeah, yeah. You have kitties now, Ollie? Oh, we've got like 5, if not more. We've got 2 kittens, 3 normal cats, 1 cat which used to belong to us, kind of disappeared and turns up a bit occasionally, and there's about 5 next door. Kitties. It's chaos. I have one, he's called Easy, after Easy from NWA. That means absolutely jack shit to me, man. I've got no idea what you're talking about. It sounds like I heard cat. You did. You did. The problem is, I think mating season is going to come up, which is always a bit of a pain. How come we've never seen them? Because they live outside. They're not allowed in the house. What is it with social media and people wanting to see people's cats? Like Jayla, I swear half of a... Oh. Yeah. Nasos, I'm not letting you post that word in here, dude. Repost the repost the comment without the word, please. Or is that the name of the band? Twitch actually stopped me. It's also come up with my stream on my end, saying nope. It's in essence, guys. He is named after a band, a black band, who has a certain word in their name. Because cats. I know. What was I saying? Yeah, I'm pretty sure half of Jailer's followers are there for the cat. Now, one thing, Mirror, you've kind of let me off quite lightly here. Because, of course, I don't need to worry about toes. It is the name of the band, very famous band. They had beef with Dr. Dre and Snoop back then. No problem, He is cool. All good. Very nasuli. Get a little bit of movement in there. Well, that's interesting to know. I never even knew. I'm pretty sure you told me you had cats, but I didn't realise that was that. Get me your manager. I am the manager. Karen. Podilla Karen. Now, when I'm doing these kind of angles like this, I always quite like to get these bits in first and make it nice and almost blocky. See what I mean? It just lets me figure out roughly which way stuff's moving. It doesn't look too bad. May move it in slightly more. It's a bit better. I wish I'd known about the Karens when we worked at TV. Yeah. I mean, it would have been useful. It would have made things, you know, make a lot more sense, I believe. So, in essence, guys, when me and Nasos worked together, me and Podiletaki worked together, we were working on the phones for Apple, which is quite funny because none of us owned Apple devices, and we were working for the British market, and they would scream and cry and send threatening emails and all sorts of stupid stuff, and they're probably going to have a fit if they ever see this, me outing them live on stream, but frankly I don't care. But yeah, there was some not very nice people who used to get in contact with us, and frankly I'm pretty sure we're all glad to have left. So we were kind of dealing with Karens before Karens were even a thing. What do we call a male Karen? Like Kevin or something? I don't know. There was one guy, if I remember right, who... what was it? Was he John? Donald. There was the guy John who spoke with me once about one thing, I fixed it for him, and then he rang the entirety of Apple to try and find me again. And bearing in mind, this is like a team of about 10,000 people or something ridiculous, and he phoned constantly to about 5 different centres to try and speak to me again personally. It was ridiculous. And I think even Nasos got a call from this guy. Now, I've been a bit of an idiot here, because her face is a wee bit more rounded at the front, I think. Male Karens are called Chads here. Huh. Learn something new every day. Although saying that, it's probably just me being thick. I'd never heard that. Well, I'd heard the word Chad before, but I never knew what it meant. So thank you, Apple. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's just get a little bit of that face going. Not too much, but my partner works for HBO, and there are a lot of special folk that call in. Special folk. I'm going to be very careful here because you didn't put an emoji at the end of that, so you might genuinely be talking about, you know, people with special needs or disabilities. So I'm not going to laugh too much. But if you were talking about Karens and Chads, I understand. We both understand. And she's actually got quite a broad upper lip there, but she's got really skinny lips. So let's briefly just shade those in. And it kind of goes down and sticks out in the bottom there, doesn't it? Let's call them emotionally challenged individuals. Let's do that. Let's do that. Management askers. Droves of Karens and Chads. Yeah. They're challenged for sure. And yet nobody's quite figured out about what, or how, or why. Now, as you can kind of see, I don't know if you guys do this as well. I always like, even with my eraser, to have it at least, normally I'd have it lower than this actually, but at least down to 50%, because it means you can, almost like a real eraser, rubber, whatever you want to call it, still lets you see some of what you've already drawn, even after you've erased it, which can come in handy if you need to redraw stuff. Not sure if it was because they were Brits or not. I think a lot of the pomposity probably was, because they can be absolute arses sometimes, especially right now. But I have a feeling it's probably similar with the States, especially at the minute. I mean, we've all seen the videos. They always think they're above the laws. They do. They do. And then it's left to the suckers to clean everything back up. So I feel almost as if the head needs to be slightly rounder and possibly slightly smaller. When I say possibly, I mean it needs to be slightly smaller. Let's go ahead and do that. I can't see what that emoji is, but I can imagine. What's it like watching our videos over there? I mean, we have CNN on quite a lot over here, and we kind of just sit here sometimes thinking, what the hell is going on? I'd like to see what y'all say and think about us, honestly. Look, like I said at the beginning of the stream, clearly it's not all of you. However, the amount of stupidity that happens over there is just ridiculous. Like, how did he get in the first place? What? There must be something a bit wrong there. There's a lot of, obviously, social change which needs to happen, and it's a pretty fucked country from history as well, but you know what I mean. You can't blame it on the individual people, but you also kind of need to take responsibility in that it's still the way it is after so many years, which now you're currently doing, fortunately. It's never too late. You can always make a change if you try. Some of us just want to hold up a sign that says "Help, save me." There's like a massive flag. Wave it towards Europe like, "Help us!" Must be something in the water. Maybe. I can't comment too much because I've not been. The irony of it being that most of the American people that I've met, let's say, on travels or in Europe, or, you know, they've been very sane people, they've been very lovely people, and they wouldn't agree with what's going on at the minute either. Which just makes me wonder, how the hell is it so different when you're actually there? It must be because there's two separate social bubbles which are just so opposite, and it almost, Twitter is a bit of a microcosm for this. It's just people arguing and being brainwashed with whatever they believe because they don't speak to the other people. I don't know, maybe that's something. I'm with stupid gestures to entire country. Just a t-shirt with a downwards arrow and a flag. God, you'll get burned to the stake, I swear. No worries now, Parler is back. Yeah, I suppose. Was it when's the inauguration? Was it today? It wasn't today, was it? I'm lost. I haven't looked at the news today. Stream days I try to keep totally clear. Same goes for the British. I never met a person who wasn't against Brexit. They are out there, trust me. My family is very conservative and it's scary. I always think, how did I come from that? I think a lot of people are the same. I think the problem with the States is maybe you've caught up to where our thinking is, maybe 2 generations later than what we have. If you see what I mean? So there seems to still be rampant conservatism there. And you've not quite caught up with the liberal side of what Europe has. If you see what I mean. Whereas we were pretty liberal, let's say, from the 90s onwards. After, let's say, well, the industrialisation, etc. We try not to talk politics too much on here, but, you know, because we don't want to offend anybody. Because I don't care what side of the spectrum you're on, you're allowed to like art, and you are allowed to come and join. Same in the Discord. We're behind the times on things, and exactly, it's almost, it's a bit warped. So we're like the children got held back a grade. No, I wouldn't say that. I think you were the spoiled kid that refused to go up a grade because you didn't want to, and then rich mummy and daddy got in contact with the school and said, well, he doesn't want to go up, or she doesn't want to go up. then they're not going up. Maybe that's a better way to put it. We're going deep into some weird stuff today. This was supposed to be about, you know, pretty lady doing strange pose, but again, this I'm just gonna quickly get rid of because I'm not overly happy with it. I'm just glad that we can all be a part of something like art and that brings us together. Exactly. Exactly. Again, my philosophy is that I know which side I identify on, and Nassos definitely knows which side I identify on. He identifies on the opposite side of that. We still go out, we still get drunk, we still have a great time. Same with art, right? It's alright to disagree with each other and still go and have a beer at the end of it. Because if you lose that, then your society is in deep, deep trouble. And I think that is something which the state needs to pick up its game on. It needs to realise that, and this goes for both sides, it is alright to disagree on shit. You can still be friends. Just from talking to you guys, anyway. Do make sure to visit Athens after the whole COVID spiel, so we can get a beer with Ari and the bear guy. We can get a beer with Ari and the bear guy. Why not? I'll see what I can do. Yes, let's all grab a beer and love each other. Yes, everybody come to Greece. Why not? We need the tourism. Well, I need the tourism. And draw this girl in a weird, awesome pose. Yes, that's what we shall do. All together. Even Nassos, who isn't an artist. There's something not quite right with it, but I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe I need to make that slightly smaller. Maybe also that chin is a bit big. This, like, I really don't like drawing faces from this angle because it always looks so flat, and I don't know why. Don't forget that Amy invited us in Orange County and Disney Park too. True. True. But, you know, it's in the States and we're not allowed to go for a beer together. We don't agree in the States. Mira, have you been asleep throughout the whole conversation? Loads of travel when this year is finally over. But as soon as this flipping disease is gone, yes. Do it. Do it. But as long as there's these idiots that are still wandering around without masks, then it's going to be a long year still. Unfortunately. No, I'm not sleeping. Are you cutting your finger? That seems to be the other thing you do a lot. Oh, that is the wrong button. This is not the way. Amen. Amen. Yeah, that's more probable than me sleeping. That's okay, don't worry. I mean, again, you've met most of the Discord. You know that most of us don't sleep properly. Especially the Australians. For some reason, the Australians have a weird sleeping pattern. Her back leg for me looks very mantis looking. Are you talking about on the reference photo, or are you talking about on mine? Actually, looking at it now, it does need to be a little bit smaller. Don't shoot. Oh, on yours. Okay. Well, it's okay. I edited mine anyway. Yeah, guys. Obviously, on the Mondays, I'm trying to make sure that in essence, I'm going to turn Monday stream into always doing one of the studies. So, if you want to join me and do the same study, then go ahead and do it. Because the more people that do it with me, like, obviously, the more we get to post in the groups. And that keeps other people on top of doing it as well. Because we always find there's always a lull towards the end of the week. I'm interested to see how this week goes, actually. Purely for the fact that so many people did so many last week. I'm interested to know whether or not they have burned themselves out. Because it was very similar with the other figure study week that we did. Again, I kind of used that as a test to see what would go on. We had loads of energy, lots of people doing it in the first week, and then by week 3, it was like the 5 main people kind of continued doing it out of about 20, and the rest of them had totally disappeared. For little things like the ears, I also find it's quite useful to... It's always quite tempting to go really sort of zoomed in on the reference. I actually find that sometimes it's more useful not to. So that you can actually see where the light hits. Roughly. That's always another little tip. If I start, I think I'm going to do the contortionist first, or ballerina. Do whatever you like. Do it. Do it. As long as you're here chilling with me, you can do whatever you like. Whatever you like. Because we are chill. You know, I'm still not sure on this head. There's something about it which is bugging me. I'm going to quickly flip it. And play with my favourite tool. God, I love this tool. It makes life so much easier. And the rest of it seems to be alright. Again, because I've changed that head shape, it kind of needs to be a little bit thinner on the arm. So I'm just going to shorten that just a touch as well. You got the body right though. Yeah, I think the reason why I was having trouble was probably because I got the cube way too small. I'm just not sure about the nose. Yeah. See what you mean. So it kind of need to be up the face a bit. Because she's got kind of a longish chin. And then her face comes out a touch. But no, I know what you mean about the nose. Because I keep looking at it and thinking, there's something not quite right there. If I thin out some of these lines. Almost kind of pops in a bit like that. The lower part is longish. And that is actually a bit straighter than it looks, isn't it? So it goes almost directly up. I think that's part of the problem, is it because the nose goes directly upwards. But we're doing poses today, not side profiles. Good point. Honestly, again, by the time I actually get to this, I might end up stylizing it quite a lot anyway. And again, even at these early stages, I always find, especially with the nose, adding a little bit of shade down there actually, for some reason, makes it look slightly better. I mean, I still think it needs to be slightly longer, but maybe not. It's not huge. I tell you what it is. Face needs to come in a bit more like that and then point out with the nose. That looks a wee bit better, doesn't it? Round off that chin a bit. I mean, overall the body looks alright, so... And maybe once I've added stuff like the eyebrows in, it'll start making a bit more sense. So, that's very low, isn't it? So... Just roughly getting that shape. And you can see it's really thick down there, isn't it? I'm going to be away for a bit. We'll join in 30-40 minutes again. Don't cut yourself. And if you see Zoe, make sure she's not, setting any fires. See you in a bit, Mira. The body turned out quite well, and that was a challenging pose. It was. Like I said, I might render it out a bit. But, yeah, in 50 minutes I'm going to go for a break as well. So everybody can go do what they want to do. And, yeah, Mira, I'll see you in about half hour, 45 minutes. Bye! Yeah, so, new people who are still here. I know some of you left. Normally, in about 15 minutes, I go and I head off for a 15 minutes break myself, just to stretch my legs, let everybody do what they need to do, and we come back and continue. So, feel free to keep that in mind. It's looking alright. It's a bit better, isn't it? It's still that, I think that chin needs to, well, not the chin, jawline needs to be slightly straighter. See who we've still got in here. Well, I mean, it says that Mina's still here, but again, my counter seems to not like it. I'm assuming that means if you just leave Twitch on and you don't speak, it doesn't count as a view. Yay, Twitch! Yay, thank you for screwing me. I might just make that a bit bigger if I'm going to stylize this anyway. Yeah, Cosmic Lacuna, do feel free to stylize it if you want to. There's no need to. If you want to go ahead and do it realistic with all of these studies, then feel free to do that as well. It's all about personal preference. I'm just going to switch this down a bit. Well, it's an interesting shaped arm actually, because it kind of... I'm starting to stylize mine now too. Cool! Cool. If you look back, actually, feel free to go and look back at last week's submissions from everybody. Feel free to go and have a little nose, and you can see there's all kinds of styles in there. People can do them in cartoon styles, some have done them in anime. Applehead, I'm not quite sure what your style is. I'm going to call it Applehead style. Yeah, whatever you want to do and whatever you're comfortable with, do it. I would always recommend doing maybe one of these in a realistic style, just so that it's practice. Because again, we spoke about this quite a lot last week's stream. Especially when people are trying to find their style, it's good to really experiment with things which are totally out of your comfort zone. A couple of times, because when you go back after having done it, it really helps you. You don't realise how much you're developing until you go back to your familiar style. She's already blue and green for shading. Nice. Well, why not? My style is a bit questionable. It's not questionable at all. You have got a very distinctive style. But again, I would recommend, especially for you, because you do have a very distinctive style, I would recommend that you do try and do at least one thing semi-realistic to really help you kind of learn. I mean, you can even see from mine, it's not hugely realistic, but you can get what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do the proportions right, trying to get the face as close as I can. Like, I'm not a realistic artist, it's never going to be 100%, but so I'm again just going to break this into chunks. Pops out there. Go up there, we can kind of make out that line of where the hand is. Then start to get rid of it all. I always like to put in little lines of movement, especially on my hands. Just, you can see just tiny little things like that. Just so that you can see, even if it's not bending, roughly where the bend is. I retired from my realistic style a few years ago, but I'd like to see what it would look like now. True. Like I said before, when I was going through school and doing art and all this sort of stuff and studying it, I was very much backgrounds only, like landscapes and all this kind of stuff. Still life. So now, weirdly, I have kind of lost my touch with that a bit. I can still do it if I put my mind to it, but this is totally different. So God only knows what would happen if I go back to doing backgrounds and stuff now. Let's make the whole thing a wee bit smaller just to fit that hand in. And she's kind of got one finger heading up there. I always like to make that kind of end tip bit stick out just a wee bit. It kind of goes in behind. And again, you need to not worry too much with hands. And just draw what you think the eye would see. So in this situation, I'm literally going to draw those two fingers and maybe just a small line behind it to portray that there might be another one in behind it, but nothing more than that. Because you don't need to. I think people sometimes get hung up on the fact that, oh, I need to draw all of the fingers, and there really is no need. If you look at that photo, you can literally see two and a thumb. So, in essence, draw two and a thumb. I've always been more of an abstract artist, and this past year started doing figures, which is why I'm rubbish at them and need practice. Don't worry. Right at the end of the stream, or maybe even after the break, we'll go back and we'll see my first ones. Right, we'll go to the end of my Instagram and we'll have a look at my first ones, and you'll see, like, buh. It's just everywhere. You know what, I've been a total idiot, and I've merged those layers on different opacities. So we get better in it. Let's just make it slightly darker. That fits. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. Now, normally my next step, if I was to do this, let's say in my style, once I've done all this, I'm actually going to duplicate this layer again, actually, and I'm going to hide it right at the bottom in case I need it again. If I go ahead and again do exactly what I did with the box, just get rid of this. Expand it a bit, maybe a bit more. Do a little layer behind it, which is a slightly lighter grey, and fill it. Whoop. Sorry. Inverse it. And then fill it. That then means, if I bring that back up, put it to full opacity, now I've got this nice kind of figure which I can work from. And then I can, in the next step, turn that opacity right down, and in essence it gives me something which I can then go over with nice and neatly with my line art, which is all good fun. Because of course she's still got the clothing and everything, so I'm quickly just going to go ahead and try and get that done now. No need to be too worried about this. Might put in a few of those little lines of movement from the clothes. And I'm not going to do any great detail just yet. And that's actually kind of straight the way that it comes back round, isn't it? So, and then very thinly comes across. Up and around. You actually can't see that bit, so bring it back around there. And it kind of covers in like that. Not exactly, of course. In fact, that needs to be slightly further down. And then it kind of does come back across again with the bottom there, doesn't it? That's cool. I think I can just about see almost a little bit of a line coming in, out, around. the rib cage there as well. So let's just put a hint of that in. So just a wee bit of extra in there. I might just round this off top just to bring out that shape a bit more. But yeah, that's not a bad start at all. So yes, guys, I am gonna head off quickly for a 15-minute break. Go do whatever you need to do. Go to the toilet, grab a drink, grab some food, go for a walk, I don't care. Do what you need to do, and I will be back in 15. See you in a bit. Hello everybody! I know there's more than one person in here. I can see. Users on the side there. Twitch, stop lying to me! We're back again for more drawing. Did we have a nice break? Did we go and do what we needed to do? I really hope so. Please don't leave now. Hi, I'm back. I did see you. I saw you lurking. Your name popped up. I saw as soon as I turned it on to be right back. The number switched to 2. And I was like, I'm gonna do my secret trick and see who it is. How's the essay? And food? And whatever else you did? Also, I do like that cat emoji. Right, I might steal that for the Discord. He's wearing some great glasses. Food was good, essay is not. This is the way. This is the way. Cool. Oh well. It seems like everybody else left Mina. But thank you for staying in the stream. It worked for a while, but I think once you go inactive and you're not chatting, it doesn't count as a view, so I don't know what the hell's going on there. I think my views are screwed up anyway, because the amount of time there's been 4 or 5 people speaking, and it showed like 1 person is in the stream. It screwed up my figures so badly. But never mind. So, let's go back. It's alright, it worked for a while, at least. Which is useful. Every little helps. Yeah, so we got up this far, which is not too bad, I don't think. I think we did quite well, considering. Now the real question is, I'm just gonna take this back out again, actually. Come on. Question is, do I go ahead and do line work on it, or shall I leave it? Wow, that looks so good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Should I go ahead and put some line work on it and kind of stylize it a bit, or should I leave it kind of sketchy? Because again, the point of the study groups was to keep it sketchy, but everybody still seems to be ignoring it and keeps doing fully rendered pieces. And putting off all the rookies. Bless them. I suppose I could do one of both. That might work. That might be nice. I don't know. I think that'd look great stylized. So do I, actually. I mean, I'm not quite sure what I would end up doing in the background. Something crazy with rainbows, like I did with yours. But it also helped me because, you know what? I'm finding at the minute I'm really not posting to Instagram enough. And the algorithm is screwing me so bad for it. Yeah, rainbow! It's screwing me so badly at the minute. I don't know why. But yeah, I kind of stopped trying with Instagram for a while, purely because, you know, when it came to the new algorithm and all that kind of stuff, and especially that stuff which happened in the States where they banned hashtags, like, my growth just completely stopped, even though I was posting like every day. So I moved on to other sites for a bit and did quite well there. I'm feeling now I kind of need to pick up my game back on Insta again, because that seems to be where the followers who actually engage turn up, rather than following just for the case of following, for the sake of following. Saying but actually I feel everyone is screwed at Instagram right now. Yeah, they are. Cosmic Lacuna, welcome back. Yes, Insta has been super sad. Again, we kind of talk about this a fair bit on this stream, because it's the place where we all met. I think all of us are quite grateful for what it's given us. It's just the changes that they've made have screwed so many people. But again, in that kind of downtime, it's where I really concentrated on building the Discord up. So it wasn't a total waste of time, but now I kind of need to get back into the Instagram game a bit more, because it's where the vast majority of, let's say, followers and people who want to get engaged with the hub and all that sort of stuff come from. Whereas I've got like DeviantArt accounts and whatever for my painted style pieces, which you might have seen. I know Mina has seen them. And actually DeviantArt at the minute, because there's not so much, because everybody almost has migrated from DeviantArt to Instagram, there's less competition. There's less competition on DeviantArt, so I'm finding that a lot of my painted style pieces are getting loads of views and loads of likes. Like, for example, my Boba Fett piece. In fact, I'll bring it up for you. My Boba Fett piece, which I did recently. This piece here. So, you can see there, it's got 251 likes. And the reach wasn't that big. It was something stupid, like, I don't know, 400. Whereas on DeviantArt, for whatever reason, it's still getting liked now. It's not getting as many likes, but it's got like 5,000 views or something ridiculous. So, I don't know. It's a bit tit for tat. You kind of need to figure it out amongst yourself. Wow! Is that wow at the painting, or is that wow at DeviantArt? Because I was on DeviantArt for years before Instagram. Not years. About a year and a half before I started my Instagram. And then I sort of moved across. I can't complain about Instagram. I never thought I'd make it to 100 followers in the first year. Now I'm at 1.3k. Exactly. It's weird. We've been following each other for a long time. I kind of zoomed up, caught up with you, overtook you, and now you're catching up with me again. Yeah, I can't doubt it. Like, I can't complain of what it's given, and, you know, the opportunities and the growth that we've had. It did suck in the last few months where it just totally stopped. But yeah, Lacuna, if you're interested in this, I do have I did a speed, sort of like a time lapse of it. So I've got a short one which is on my IGTV. There. And I've also got a slower one if you want to see more in depth of the things that I do on my YouTube channel. I've never had a lot of followers, but I only just started posting art. Yeah, and that's the thing as well, actually. Is that a lot of people, and this is the same with Mira, and I think Annie was the same for a bit as well. They had their personal profile for years, and then they just started going straight onto. They kind of changed it to an art one. Whereas I think it was probably better either completely convert it, from the advice that I've heard anyway, completely convert it, so get rid of a lot of your personal stuff, or make a separate one, because it makes it look aesthetically pleasing to people who are actually looking for that kind of thing. So for example, my personal stuff is all totally separate. I don't want it anywhere near my art stuff. Plus I also know that I'll piss off my in real life friends. I'll be snooping everybody's social media. You do that. Go ahead into the introduce yourself thing and just snoop. If you recognise anybody's name, snoop away. I made a personal one, but Cats and Bowie spill into it. What can you do? Or the other thing that I've heard other artists do instead is they have the same one, but they don't, let's say, necessarily post photos of themselves. They leave that kind of stuff for their stories. Same, I have a personal account too, because all my friends will probably get really annoyed. Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. I did the same. Like, I had an Instagram, my personal one. I didn't really use it, like, at all. More or less, I only went on Instagram personally because I had a really good friend of mine. She had one and she wanted to tag me in selfies. So that was literally the only reason I made the damn thing. And barely ever touch it. Used it a bit for cocktails and stuff like that. Because I make those for a living, or did, before this happy situation. But yeah, I just wasn't really interested in it. Then I saw the art side of it, and I was like, yes, that's the place to go. But similar with my Facebook as well. Like, I think my real life friends got bored of seeing my artwork, so I just split it off and made a totally different Facebook account. Or I made a page, in essence, just to keep it all separate. Maybe I should get a new DeviantArt. I got rid of my old one. My old one is still up. I look back at it and I cringe. So I made a totally new one, because I changed my username anyway. I don't post on my personal one too. I'm just stalking old classmates and friends. Exactly, I kind of use it for the messages, and that's pretty much it. I don't even look at it anymore, really. If I was back at work, I might, but it doesn't really interest me anymore. So again, let's do something similar here. But yeah, it's funny. I think, honestly, one of the best things to do, and again, it's doing it again, look. We've got one person in here, and two of you speaking. But, no, I think, honestly, it is the case that so many people went onto Instagram as artists from Tumblr and DeviantArt and kind of left it behind, that there's actually a huge gap on those websites again. So if you're looking to grow, you know, in not just on Instagram, but you know, overall, and get your work out there overall, it's good to have all of the accounts and kind of use them as and when you see the opportunity is there. So, for example, what was the Artful app that came out? I mean, it was a horrendous app, but you could just see that people were sick and tired of Instagram, so they were flooding that damn app, and it made things total hell. And the poor guys, the servers went down and all sorts of stuff, didn't they? What's going on here? So, yeah, but no, again, it's just one of those things. Just kind of go on these things, try them out. Don't deactivate them as such, but keep them open. And just experiment a bit. Even Reddit. But obviously don't expect those followers to, on the other websites, to necessarily follow you on any of the others. Unless you really engage with them like you do on Instagram, really talk to them, etc. But yeah, I mean, I've got friends on Instagram from the old DeviantArt days, and it's purely because I used to talk to them on there. Lost contact with them completely, but then I searched up all of their usernames and followed them on Instagram as well, and found some of them. So that is obviously another way that you could do it. Let's make it darker. Yeah, looks kind of cool. What are we saying, guys? Do we think that's looking okay? I hit a big group on Facebook who liked one of my favourite paintings so much. I had a big group on Facebook who liked one of my paintings so much I got it scanned and printed properly, but I only sold about half of what I made. But yeah, I learned they don't follow over to other accounts much. It looks amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, it's very difficult to get people across. And again, this was one of the reasons why I personally decided to make the Discord. Okay? It was a case of it's really tricky to communicate, you know, on these platforms, because you can make group chats and stuff, but they're pretty chaotic. So for me, I felt it was more important that people that I trusted and people that I admire had a place, and people who knew each other already had a place to come and have one big conversation, because group chats just don't cut it. But equally, keep it so that conversations could be split up into groups. So, for example, fandoms and digital art and traditional art and social media, all this kind of stuff could all be separate, but at the same time you could still be one big community. I think that's really helped a lot of us, because we've found lots of new people and actually got to know them, which makes one hell of a difference. So hopefully, if we keep growing like we have been, we can do great things. Great things, he said. Briefly on the cube, I'm just going to put in some of that shading. For some reason I've lost my There he is. For some reason now it's also not doing anything. Come on, Photoshop. Work with me here. It's because the opacity's down. Yeah. Why is that a thing? God damn it. It's because the opacity's slightly down, isn't it? Right. How is everybody's pieces coming? Mina, are you going to have any time to do some of these this week? Or are you going to wait until everything's done? Essay wise. It's always kind of a catch-22, isn't it? Probably not till February. That's alright. Like I said, they're there if you want them. It's nice just to get those little bits of lighting in there. Like that. I'm keeping mine sketchy and liking it, just adding some shading here and there. Yeah, exactly, as long as you like it. Okay, and again, it's a study. It doesn't need to be perfect. The only reason I'm probably going to do some more line work on mine is, like we said, I'm not sure if you were here, but when it was just me and Mina, we were just saying, I'm probably going to do it just because I don't have time to do half the stuff I want to do on Instagram at this point. So I might as well just do it for it. See what happens. Then in the study I might post just this, or I might post both. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, sketchy is good. Never underestimate sketchy. I mean, there's so many big artists out there whose style is really sketchy. I'm just one of these people that I find it really difficult to, because I'm a perfectionist, I find it really difficult to be pleased with something when it's sketchy. I'd much rather it have kind of a either a stylized or almost finish kind of feel to it. I have so many draw this in your style for my list. Well, fortunately, I'm not going to be doing another one. I'm half tempted to do one at 1.5k, but I kind of don't want to either. Like, maybe do something else instead. I feel like draw this in your style needs to be toned down back a bit by some people. There's so many people that do it for like every milestone they hit. And it just, again, it's because so many people are doing so many, there's so much competition, so therefore it doesn't actually spread very far. So at one point, if you did one, you were guaranteed to get like loads of views, loads of followers. At this point, because so many people are doing it, you ain't gonna get anybody seeing it. Because it's just, there's, on the same day that you do it on the same time, there's probably about 5,000 other people who've done one. And it's a shame, because there's some really good ones out there. Mine is going to come out in a day or so. I'm kind of second guessing. How many are you on now? I forgot. Is it 500? I mean, that was why I waited until 1,000 to do mine, because I wanted to make it kind of special. Yeah, 500. 500! It's hard keeping count of everybody. But no, I mean, at the end of the day, right, 500 is a good landmark. I chose not to do one at 500 because I was in that phase where I just passed it really quickly. I just went from 100 to 1,000 just like ridiculously quick. If I was going a bit slower, then maybe I would have done, but I just kind of put it off. Again, Apple, I think, because your style is quite, I don't want to say simplistic, but it's very aesthetically pleasing, your kind of draw this in your style will probably do quite well. And again, it's what I said to people in the Discord previously. It's like, if you're going to do a draw this in your style, do it quite simple so that people have time to do it. Because again, we all have about 100 every week to do. So the ones that you can do quickly are the ones that you're going to do, or people are more likely to do, let's say. I'm not going to be too crazy with the hair, but actually, I've kind of made a mistake here already. So I'm going to get rid of that little curly bit at the bottom. It's because it allows me to then bring out that neckline a wee bit more. Yeah, Apple, who was the draw this in your style that you posted on the Discord? Is that a friend of yours? Do you know them, or? She's gone again. Their Instagram is RFGKA. That means nothing to me. Is that I've checked out the Instagram account itself, but I always like to split off. When I'm doing lips, especially, I like to almost do it in 2 lines. Especially when the mouth is, well, obviously not when it's not closed, but when the mouth is closed. I'm gonna do that line again as well. I'm glad Apple posted it because her big eyes are darling and made me want to draw it. I probably need to do more art of my draw this in your style character as well. I do like how she turned out. And she was a lot of fun to make. Especially considering we got the entire community to make her together. It's really fun because I did it, and Mina will know this because she did it the same way, but we did it creating a character via poll, like polls, Instagram polls, and throughout the course of a week as a community we created the character, which was super fun. And it was great because I don't know how, Mina, if you're still here, I don't know how many let's say responses you got on each of your polls. I got like 100 on each like poll. It was mad. Absolutely mad. Yep, I shamelessly copied that idea. That's alright. To be fair to you, you asked me, which is quite nice. Most people would have just gone, yes, that. He's doing well. I'm going to steal that. I got between 50 and 100 votes on these. Yeah, see, again. And that's all engagement and it all helps your profile, so. See, I'm not just an ugly face. I think about it. Also, talking about polls on stories, I bet if I go back now and double check the poll that I put on earlier about what to draw today on the stream, it's gonna be the opposite. They're gonna have voted for me to do the other one. Because, you know, sod's law. Was it they call it in the States is it Murphy's Law? I don't know. Murphy's Law. See, I know some things about America. I'm an intelligent. One is cultured. Thank you very much. Would you like a cup of tea? What? Chaps and chapettes? Cultured. I am the Instagram artist version of a fan Wang. By the way, if I go off on tangents like that again, tell me to shut up. She coming along okay. It's always funny though, like, whenever I do it really stylized, okay, it never, like, well, sorry, if I do my sketch work to try and look vaguely realistic, as soon as I do line art, it comes out looking ridiculously cartoony. When we're finished today, which place do we share our sketches from today? The sketches, the study groups go on for the entire week. Okay, so you don't need to worry about getting them all done today. Whenever you're done, in the Discord, there are in the study center, there's the separate chats. So, for example, this one would go into the, the body pose one, and just put it in the main chat. The one which says body pose references, you can't actually write in anyway, because it's just for the teachers, in essence, to put in the references. I see Karina has actually just tagged me in the Discord, but I can't be bothered to go and read, because that would be terrible. Teaching an old dog new tricks with Discord. To be fair, right, a lot of people in there had never used it before. And some of the people that had never used it before have become some of the most active members. So don't worry about it. I hadn't used it at all before until, say about maybe this time last year, where I just happened to be asked to join it for... It was actually an art thing that I was doing at the time. So I was doing the design and animation on a game, which folded, unfortunately, but that's how I came to use it, and I, again, saw the opportunity, and hopefully it's for everybody's benefit. Let me put it this way. If there was an 80-year-old artist that wanted to join and wanted to learn how to use Discord, then they're more than welcome to come in. Because why the hell not? yeah, I'm not gonna try and figure out or type back to Karina right now, because that looks like that's gonna be quite a long-winded long-winded message. Also, I love somehow, because I'm the art boss, suddenly everybody thinks I know know everything, which is quite funny. And I kind of enjoy, sneakily. It's great for the ego. How long have you been doing art? I picked it up in college and kept going. It's a funny story, actually. I was doing art since I was probably 2-3 years old, and I carried on all the way studying through school up until I was about 17, so just before I left for university to do my bachelor's. So I was doing it all the way through that, and I actually ended up being really, I don't know, there was a teacher that I had there at the school at that level, which was pre-university, and he killed my confidence with it completely, killed my creativity totally. And after that I didn't pick up a pencil, didn't doodle anything at all, like nothing art related for about 7 years. Like literally all throughout school, constantly drawing, sketchbooks everywhere, colouring, painting, whatever, doodling in all my class books and everything. As soon as I finished, like, nothing, didn't pick it up again. So I don't know what spurred me into it. Actually, at one point I had a YouTube channel. This might be it. I had a bartending YouTube channel. I was doing little animations and stuff like that. But again, it wasn't really drawing or art. But it kind of got me being creative again. And from there, I started looking into digital art. And yeah, so that was about 3 years ago now, where I've kind of picked it up and started going again. And I kind of had I don't know, it was almost a bit of a renaissance really, but because I picked it up again and I realised just how much I'd missed it, it's kind of given me that drive to not put it back down again, and to work really hard at it, even if it doesn't become a career, just to work really hard at it and be as good as I can be. I'm never going to be the best in the world. I'd never tried to be, but my main aim, really, with a lot of this stuff is to kind of make sure that a lot of those younger artists in our community don't have to go through that kind of crisis which I had where I just completely lost all confidence in it because of stupid criticism which really wasn't warranted. So, giving them a place to come and chill out, allow them to express themselves without fear of being judged is kind of the aim with a lot of this stuff. So they don't really have to go through what I did. I had a professor like that who tried to kill my passion. I'm so glad you got back into it. Just by looking at your Instagram, I can tell you really love. Thank you. Thank you. Again, like I said earlier, it's really bizarre because previously, if you go to my Instagram, and we can have a look at this later as well, you can see my old sketchbook and portfolio from when I was doing it, and you can tell, like, totally different. And actually, throughout the course of those books, you can see at the beginning I was really kind of into what I was doing, and slowly towards the end it just kind of petered off and I just didn't care anymore. Welcome back, Mira. How are you doing? Did you cut yourself? Thank you very much. We're getting there. We're getting there slowly. So this is what you left off. I'm probably going to post it like this, and then I'm going to do a little rendered one as well. Just for fun. Because I don't feel like starting one of the other studies right now. I managed not to cut myself this time. Good job. You've been practicing, haven't you? But yeah, kind of going back to what you were saying, Lacuna, I think one of the good things about it was because it gave me a break, and because I didn't continue down, let's say, an artistic path which I didn't enjoy doing, it meant that my art didn't evolve into something that I didn't want it to be. Whereas coming back now, my philosophy has always been, go back to what made you enjoy it in the first place. And me as a kid, I used to love drawing my own characters, creating little stories, all this kind of stuff. So my philosophy of it is, I want to create the art that I would have loved to have seen or had on my wall as like an 8-year-old kid. Yes, listening to Ollie whilst cutting stud is great practice. It is. Stud. Just gonna grab some water. Oops, sorry. Yeah, I've actually really enjoyed this one. I know it's not perfect, but I'm quite pleased with how it's turned out. And there you people were telling me to do flipping lines of, what's it called? The line things. It's gone from my head now. Line of motion? That was called? Yeah, I don't know. And it's turned out perfectly fine without it. Line of action, that's the one. You knew what I was talking about, and I knew what I was talking about. Don't judge me. What? By the way, Mira, how's work been going? Are you back? Are you back yet? Or are you still in lockdown? Actually, I suppose it would be the same for both Mira and Mina, because you're both in Germany. I'm in home office currently. Well, that gives you some time at home, I guess. Yeah. They don't allow us to go to the building. That's fair enough. I mean, at least you've still got a way of paying the bills. I mean, it's not much. It's a crappy situation, but that's something at least. Is most of Europe in lockdown? A lot of it is. We actually came out of it today for the first time. Like, it's been proper difficult here. We've been in various forms of lockdown since November, early November. Obviously, it's dealt with by country basis, so it's a bit all over the place. But it's funny, right when I was kind of needing to go back to the UK, Greece opens up and the UK closes, so... It's like, for God's sake. Yes, but most of the countries are relaxing the rules a bit. Here in Germany, no, they want to make it even worse. Again, I'm British, right? You don't need to worry. I get it. People are stupid and they're making it worse for everybody else. With these weird arm lines which go away from you, which just never quite get right. So we're gonna digitally load it, or at least try badly. I'd find it funny if both Mina and Mira were in more or less the same part of Germany and never knew. Germany. That's working okay. I hope to go back to Europe one day. Have you come on vacation? If so, where have you been? Tell us. Tell us now. I'm in Frankfurt. Where is Mina located? I don't actually know. She won't tell me. I'm in Berlin. Oh, nice. Went to Belgium for 9 days, France for 1, but I was in high school. To be fair, Belgium's lovely. Belgium is really nice. And I have been to Frankfurt. I have never been to Berlin. So did you like come on a school trip or family vacation? Belgium was my favourite. It was amazing. I hugged the biggest tree I've ever seen. Berlin is too big for me. That's fair enough. I hate big cities as well. People are always like, oh, come to London. Come to London. I'm like, no. And then other people are like, oh, I want to go to London. And I'm like, no. Don't go to that hole. You'll die. Too big. Too many arseholes. I was doing mission work, but I got so sick. I was in bed 90% of it. The cows by my windows were nice though. You mean you didn't go out and try Belgian chocolate? Are you crazy? Or pastries? Or nothing? Haha, Berlin is big, but most people are really not. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Maybe one day I'll go. Maybe one day. You know, we'll get a bus. We'll get a massive, great big coach, and we'll do Art Hub on tour in Europe. Oh my god, cows are cute. They're the only animals I miss here. Yeah, they don't smell too good though. I got to get chocolate, but only got out for one day to see Bruges. Bruges is really nice as well. European cows are way cuter than American cows. Okay. That's a new one. That is something which I never thought somebody would say in this stream. You can tell what my art style is because I've gone really, really curvy on the bum. Well, I am from Texas. I see a lot of cows. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not one to judge you and your Texas cows. Come on. There we go. But I have to pay attention next time in the US. Have you been? Beef cows versus milk cows. That sounds like a great movie. The Cow Wars. War of the Cows. Many times. Nice. Again, I don't know what it is. I never had any want to go, which is a bit strange. Being British, everybody growing up seemed to be obsessed with the States. And I was like, I'd rather go to different places in Europe. So it was always funny when we went on like group trips, because I'd be perfectly happy wandering around Europe. Obviously, everybody speaking different languages, and I would just be happily getting by. Okay, what's happening? Why the cow talk? Because cows, Apple. You can propose to Disney, make the spin-off of the Clone Wars, Cow Wars. I could. I don't think they're, smart enough to come up with that by themselves. Me and Disney have a love-hate relationship. Oh my god. A moving tale of light and dark. Well, that escalated quickly. I have a pen pal in Beverly who wants to see San Francisco. I want to see all of Europe. We all want to see what we want to see. That is the way of the world. Again, people always ask, right, how do you get such clean line art? And it's literally by constantly erasing stuff. And I've been a total noob there, because I've done it on the same layer. Good job, Ollie. Fucking noob. Noob. Apple, where you been, by the way? Are you skipping school again? Or did you go to water the plant? Plant? I had to draw Apple for a small collabo. Collabo. That sounds like an awesome cocktail. Like made with Malibu and something else. Excuse me, bartender, I would like to have a collabo, please. What? I know, with me, everything always comes back to cocktail references, sorry. Autocorrect hates me today. I'm pretty sure autocorrect hates you every day. Yeah, I'm surprised you managed to spell plant right. Plant. It hates me with a passion. Autocorrect is the worst for me. Oh god, we're having one of these conversations. Always when I write and it gets turned into abs. Probably because that is on your phone. Because you're constantly complaining about not having done enough work on your abs in the gym today. So it's your own fault, really, isn't it? Yes. Yes. Maybe. Maybe not. I'm not sure. And you probably don't want to know the answer. Back, my fur baby was being noisy. I assume you mean cat. Mine is always the word duck, me and my sailor mouth. To be fair, I do that all the ducking time. All the ducking time. Like, the trolling from my phone never ducking stops. I'm like, ducking hell. Why the duck's it done that? What? Hello, random new people who have arrived in the chat to witness me saying ducking quite a lot. Ducking hell, bruv. What's ducking going on here? Well, honestly, I couldn't give a duck. Love how we've got this lovely, peaceful music going on in the background, and there's just me pretending to swear badly. What devilry is this? Just curve that off a bit. I'm entirely happy with it. Ollie says, duck, 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 duck. Duck. There are a lot of ducks. Apple, please refrain from ducking up my chat. Goose. Oh, ha ha. Ha ha. You and your weird American games that you play in kindergarten. You people with your ducks and your gooses. Kindergarten. Although I'm pretty sure one of the people in Germany is now going to call me up on that and say, well, actually it's a German word. We call it that here too. fact, I'll put a timer up on the screen so we can see how long it takes for one of them to say that. It's definitely going to happen. There I go, Americaning the chat again. Oh, don't worry. Like, the banter we have on the Discord is ridiculous. Also, do please be aware, if you ever use the word soccer in my presence, you will be kicked and banned from all of my social media. You've been warned. Okay. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I solemnly swear I shall not. Good. Then you're better than the others. The others are like, well, what's wrong with calling it soccer? And I'm like, go die. With love. What about sock football? Hey guys, we're gonna go down to the stadium, we're gonna get some beers, we're gonna watch sock footballer. I watch a ton of British game shows and comedians, and they joke about it too much for me to make that mistake. I also just convert to Celsius. You are one of the good ones, you can stay. What the hell? Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit. Duck in hell. God, do I dare ask which British comedians you watch? Isn't Jimmy Carr, is it? Hot take, British comedians way better than American ones. Sorry. This isn't me just because I'm British. They're just way more funny. Less social commentary. He does make me laugh when he laughs. Where's he like? No, that's Eddie Murphy, isn't it? You get what I mean. No, I love them so much more. I think, again, the thing is, it's your take on comedy, isn't it? It's what kind of sense of humour you've got. If you've got a really dry sense of humour, really sarcastic sense of humour, and you are willing to take the piss out of yourself, you're going to like British humour. If you don't, stay the hell away from it, because you will get offended. And it might be why, again, as a British person, I find some of the over offendedness which has crept into sort of American culture nowadays a bit tedious, because there's no need for it. Have a laugh, chill out, it's alright. If you can't laugh at yourself, then you're done. No feeling, Greg Davis, Alex Horns, so many on Cats does countdown and big fat quiz of the year. Perfect. Be sure, right, I don't know how able you are to do it. If you have got a VPN, go on to either Dave or iPlayer, both kind of like streaming services, and watch Mock the Week. That's all I'm saying. Watch it. It's one of my favourites, especially the older ones. And another one of my favourites, personally, is Dave Gorman. Dave Gorman, for me. He says just really real life things, but he does it in such an innocent way, which also digs at people. It's just brilliant. Definitely one of my favourites. This is one of these awkward angles, isn't it? Should I try and do this line without rotating the canvas? It's probably a bad idea. I saw the newest Mock the Week. I definitely need to watch more out. The older ones are way better. They have more of the old school classic kind of British comedians. Even I find some of the new ones, like, they're not as good. They become a bit samey, a bit rehearsed, but the old ones were brilliant. QI. Yes. Stephen is from my area. Stephen Fry, massive hero. Massive hero. Sandy's great as well. Do love Sandy. But yeah, Stephen Fry is also, whilst we were still able to go, he was obviously from my area, and he used to see him at our local football team. Big old Norfolk boys are, Stephen. You know what? This has actually turned out really well. So who do you cheer for? You ain't gonna know them. If I maybe I should write it in the chat so you can search it. I think in the States you would call them Norwich. Norwich? In my local dialect we call them Narge. Norwich City. Premier League. Well, last year anyway. Fact. Have I got it behind me? No, I haven't. I've not got anything close. Do I? Yes, I do. In fact, it's right here in my drawer. There it is. Oh god. You see how long I've been supporting them for? God. 2005, 2004. I was supporting them for about 6 years before I got that. Every game. We went to every game, every year. Lol, true, I only know of what I hear as far as teams. That's fair enough. At the end of the day, you guys are only going to hear what you hear on the telly. On ESPN. This year we're flying high, top of the league. So, if we win the league, again, I'm probably going to have to get drunk on stream and draw something in yellow and green. That will confuse everyone. The whole of Twitch just wondering, what the hell is this British guy doing? Haha, yes, I think it's really fun how into teams everybody gets. Well, the thing is, again, here, well, I say here, in England, it's so deep-rooted in your culture. I don't know how it is there, But let's say, for me, my team isn't just my team, it is also my father's team. It was also the team that my grandfather went to watch, and possibly his father as well. So it's passed down generations, so it's really ingrained in the culture. It's almost like a church. The stadium is literally almost like a church. And it is the one thing about living abroad that I miss. Football here is boring to me. Oh, you mean as in football? Like American football? Honestly, I can't stand it either. I just look at it and think, like, it's not even as good as... I don't particularly like rugby, but rugby is way better than American football. But there was a phase when I was in school in the UK that for some reason the Super Bowl started getting played at Wembley. So like the British English National Stadium every year, and everybody used to get super excited for it, and everybody would stay up until stupid o'clock in the morning watching it. And I just couldn't stand it. They were like, why don't you come around and watch it? Because it's boring. Sorry guys. I don't like it. Again, awkward line. Let's just move it. I love how loads of people left whilst we started talking about British things. Sorry guys. Come back. That's okay. We've only got 20 minutes left today anyway. Because it's nearly midnight here, and people in the next room need to start heading to sleep. So I don't like to stay up too much longer than this. My pen pal cares more for baseball, and I'd rather watch rugby to American football is lame. Too much padding. Too much padding. Well, it's been nice chat while drawing. Yeah, well, that's exactly it. It is nice. It is enjoyable. So, that's why I continue to do it, and if people enjoy it, then I'll keep on doing it. Holy smoke, it's like... Yeah, so the reason why I do it now is because very few of the people in my art community are in Europe. So I kind of need to fix the times. I need to stream and catch both the people in Europe who are happy to get home from work, but also a lot of the guys in the States as well. So it's kind of an awkward position. Some of the Australians want me to do it a little bit earlier, but yeah, there's less of them. But eventually, if I manage to get my own place and I get it all soundproofed and this kind of stuff, there may be changes to the schedule. We might do it for longer, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But we're getting ever closer to 50. If we can get to 50 followers by next week, I would be super happy. My bedtime is 3 to 4 a.m. since quarantine, so I'm always around. Perfect. I can't say that mine's much better, to be honest. But if it helps me do this, then all good. Because it's actually, although it's not the greatest routine in the world, it is a routine. So doubt I'm going to have a huge amount of time to colour this today. But we'll go ahead and try it. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I didn't expect that I would have done quite so much today. Have people come back? I saw the chat suddenly went up. Have people realised that I've stopped talking Britishy stuff and come back? Sorry guys. Neat. So, let's quickly lock these so I can't do anything in them. And actually in the meantime, I'm just going to quickly as well. Let's get a nice grading going. You got a lot done. I did. I'm surprised actually. The time has actually flown past on this stream, which is nice. I've enjoyed this one quite a lot. It's been really chill. Just make that a wee bit lighter. And that kind of works. Let's make another one underneath here. Let's blur this mother ducker. Quack. Yeah. That's the stuff. Quack, quack, mother ducker. That's what I did for my background. Blur, baby, blur. Yeah. I mean, technically I'm working from the reference. So Whoop. Sample all layers. I have interest. Looking at what do you use? Are you on Procreate? Are you using Photoshop? What do you use for your artwork? It's always interesting to find out. For my blues, I always like. Sorry, for my whites, I always slightly like to put a little bit of desaturated blue in there. I think it just makes it pop a bit more. Might make it a wee bit lighter. It's nice. I'm on Procreate with an Apple Pencil. Neat. So a lot of people seem to use Procreate in the team. And I never know what the hell to tell them. Just realised that arm suddenly looks really muscly. Whatever. It's done now. I can't be bothered to change it. It's a good investment. I taught myself everything. Well, that's the main thing, isn't it? Like, I was using one of those USB plug-in tablet things for ages, and I could not draw on it to save my life. So when I first started digital art, so in essence I was drawing down here and looking at the screen. Hated the damn thing. So I ended up changing and doing all of my sketch and line work on pen and paper, and scanning them in and then colouring digitally. Took me 3 years, finally saved up the money after 3 years worth of work to buy a good tablet, screen tablet, and that's what I use now. So if, you know, it's surprising how a good investment with digital art can change everything. I mean everything. She's almost got kind of a browny skin colour, doesn't she? So if I take this over here, kind of works. That's a little bit too brown. Let's play with that a bit. That's so hard to me. Screen tablets make more sense in my brain. Exactly. But there's some people I've found who are exactly the opposite. Or let's say not the opposite as such, but they can really easily use like a USB tablet. Or even a mouse. There's people that do it with a mouse. Those people are just freaks, frankly. Wizards is the kind way of putting it. I prefer the term freak. This is where somebody pops up and says, I used to do it like that. It's Mr. Leg. Mr. Leg. Jesus. It's fine because it's digitally. She's actually almost got a bit of a reddish tint to that brown in the hair, isn't she? Look at it there. Bit kind of reddy. A bit more. Obviously, that's way too light. But equally, I always kind of like to keep it slightly lighter than the actual references because of the way that I do my shading later. So I think that will do. Now I have no idea what colour eye she's got, so I'm just going to make it up. Another little tip for when you're doing skin colour. I don't know, you probably already know this, but what you want to do is you want to colour pick the skin colour. Then on this level you need to bring it down close towards the reds, and then again bring down that colour to about here, and that is normally the colour of stuff like your eye ducts, the natural colour of the lips, and as well, we're all adults here, your nipples. So that's a neat little tip. If you want to get it looking vaguely natural, that's what you need to do. Did not know that. Good tip. Yeah. Obviously, of course, it varies from person to person, but that's always a good way to do it. And I also kind of like, specifically with eyebrows, I'll pick again that colour and I'll do a similar thing on the same colour. So I'll bring it down, make it slightly darker, but not pitch black. Again, people kind of get into this habit of using your pitch blacks and your completely sort of the whitest white possible. It's always better to not do that, because once you've made it, for the blacks it means that you can see your line work clearly if you don't do that, and for the whites, for example, on my eyes I will always make, let's say, a little dot for light, and it just makes the little dot of light, pure light, stand out. I'm not going to put it there, but just principle. I think one of the reasons I always do crazy colours is that I have trouble with natural skin tones.
That's okay. That's okay. Not this week, but potentially next week. Obviously, like I said, Mondays I tend to do this kind of stream where we do the studies, and then on Thursdays when I stream, I do whatever piece of painted artwork I happen to be doing at the time. So at the minute I'm doing Darth Revan. He's a character, but he's got a mask and everything, so you won't be seeing it in that. Potentially next week, if I start a new character, we can get into some skin tones in terms of painting, etc., and see how they work, if you want. I've not decided exactly which character I'm going to paint from next week onwards, but we'll figure something out. I'll come up with some ideas and put like a vote. That's normally what I do. So we've got those layers there. Put one in behind. Let's give us some green eyes. Why not? Green eyes work. That would be good. I'm practicing on the draw this in your style with a natural skin tone. She's kind of orange. That's the thing you need to worry about sometimes with skin tones, is you kind of don't want to go too much one way or the other. Like sometimes, like again, some people go too white, some people go too orange. You kind of need to, again with this, depends on the person, but it's difficult. It's always worth actually colour picking from a reference and seeing if you can get a nice mid-tone and then work from there. But yeah, with my painted stuff, it's a bit of a different workflow to this one. But definitely check out those streams, because again, there's some useful little bits and pieces in them. So we go into stuff like shaping quite a lot. We go into lighting, texturing. This week we're just going to be doing the final bits and pieces on one of my latest artworks, but I know technically they're not that pink, but screw it, it's not a colour study. It's kind of a bluish black, isn't it? Yeah. Then we got a nice white cube. And I've actually been a bit of a silly boy here because I've forgotten to put the shading on. So I'm just going to quickly go ahead and do that. So a bit there, a bit there. Bring that back up again. Let's just kind of, I'm just going to keep it that tone. The box is a nice bright white, isn't it? So let's fill that in. Is it slightly lighter than that? It is, isn't it? It's a bit better. Put it on a nice layer, clipping mask. Nice and sweet. It's actually kind of blurred going down there as well, isn't it? So let's take a soft brush for the eraser. eraser. Just soften up them shadows just a tad. And that was another trick I found. I can't remember who said this, but with shadows it's always kind of cool if you do one side hard brush and one side soft brush. It just adds a little bit of dynamicness to it, if that's a word. Bring this back up. That's so smart. It is. It's cool, right? Now, we're almost at the hour, so I'm not going to be... We've only got about 3 minutes left. Much easier than erasing like I do one side. Yeah. That's the thing. There's all sorts of little tricks and stuff, which, like, personally I've learned through watching God knows how many hours of tutorials and stuff on YouTube. So, you know, and streams and all sorts of other stuff. So, if I can actually help people in any way, that's always a good thing. And like I always say to everybody, if you've got a question about what I'm doing, or, you know, how I'm doing it, what any of the principles are, etc., just ask. Even if you don't think of them now, ask them in the Discord, or, you know, whatever. Send me a message on Instagram. I'm always here. Always here to help. So, yes. But apart from that, another thing, I'm not gonna... Am I gonna? No, I'm not gonna do that today. I'm gonna post mine. Thanks for the chat and draw. Not a problem. I'm glad that you had fun. Hopefully we'll see you on Thursday as well. Just quickly, I'll just bring up what we are currently working on Thursday, if I can find it. There it is. Give it a second. You can tell it's a big file. Come on. Yeah, so this is what we're working on Thursday, so feel free to come along and we'll go through everything, and, you know, we'll do it again. I don't know who else is still left in the chat. Awesome. I see both Mira and Mina are still here. Apple's disappeared again. I'll definitely see you Thursday. Yes. It's all good. Mina, see you on Thursday. Mira, if you're still here, see you on Thursday as well. It's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you for turning up again. And I will speak to you in the Discord later on. Peace out.